Hello, everyone, and welcome back to yet another session on polity and constitution. I hope I am audible as well as visible. Great, audible and visible. Let us wait for others to join, and then we'll begin our discussion for the day. Okay, so let's do a quick recap. In the meantime, others can keep on joining. So, in the previous class, that is yesterday, we had taken up for discussion the topic emergency. We discussed the effects of national emergency on fundamental rights. We also discussed president's rule. We also discussed financial emergency, all these things. Then we moved on to understand the concept of federalism, various types, be it the federal features, the cooperative features, the unitary features, asymmetric federalism, competitive federalism, all these things. And I had said that these topics are important. You better mug up all these points, and once done, you'd have no difficulty in attempting any question which would come from the center-state relations topic. And then, of course, we finally looked into the center state relations, where we saw the legislative relations. There are various situations wherein the center can make laws on stateless subjects. Of course, we had seen Article 249, 250, but we also saw 252 and 253. Then Sarkaria Commission recommendations, Panchi Commission recommendations. Then we saw the executive or the administrative relationship, wherein we also saw how in certain cases the center can give binding directions to all these states to incorporate, say, a language as a part of official language, and also providing for education at the primary stage at least in the mother tongue for linguistic minority groups. Also asking all these states to draw, to make schemes which will be essential for the welfare of the scheduled tribes in that state. Then some coordinating mechanisms like interstate council under Article 263. Under Article 263, based on Sarkaria Commission recommendation in 1990, we formed something called an interstate council, though it's largely a non-functional body, because we already have some zonal councils across the country for group of states. So the zonal councils, the 5 zonal councils, and the 6th one, that is a Northeastern Council. Okay. So that is all as far as NEC is concerned. Finally, we look into the financial relations, including Finance Commission, its functions, and issues concerning the financial relationship between the center and the states. Bhumika, model code of conduct not followed in today's elections in Karnataka. So all those people who are registered voters in Karnataka, I'm sure must have voted if they have turned 18. What was the violation, Bhumika? What was the problem? Tell me. What happened? Shailja, 20 people asking vote for BJP now. Who asked you? Umang, sir, have you voted? Sir, the place where my voter ID card is registered, no elections are taking place there. So I am not registered as a voter in Karnataka, sir. Hence, I have not voted. They are giving money. Hey, Anuj, come on. Are you serious about it? This is like serious allegation. Giving money near the polling booth. Yes, Kishan, it is still a period of election silence. Some people, maybe, 100 meters, okay, but so how much money is being given? ₹2,000. Okay. Seni, no, you cannot become the president of USA after getting the citizenship because you have to be born on the US soil and you should have resided in USA for at least 14 years. Shreyas says ₹200 each vote. Somebody saying 2,000. How can it be this much of disparity? Civilians broke machine too. Shailja around 250, 260, 300. That's the number. Ananya, there is no time for financial emergency. Nitish says ₹1,000. Jitu says, nah. Are you guys telling me how much you have received? Or anyway, please don't disclose all this information that you have taken money for voting, bribing the voters and getting bribed is an offense. Your voting right can be taken away. Or 2000 in Andhra Pradesh. Encrypted class. Nothing is encrypted. Baidu has all the information, right? Anyway, so enough of our discussion on voting, and glad that people made money here. Not glad really, but that's a sad state of affairs that people are making money out of it. But anyway, let's now begin a discussion with the standard 5 questions for the day, starting with the very first question. I'll give you around 45 seconds. Please mark the answer. Answers, please. Okay, a judicial system that tries to protect the interest of government and its policies by interpreting law in favor of them. So if any judiciary tries to uphold the policies of government, it's called a committed judiciary. So any judiciary which is trying to do this is violating the principle of what? Assertive judiciary. Yes or no? So assertive judiciary's principle is to not uphold the policies of the government, but to uphold the rights of people. So a judicial system which does this violates what? Are we clear? Do you remember now? The question was slightly twisted. It did not say a system which does this is called what? It says which violates what? Rahul, please understand. That's what I'm explaining. Your answer B is wrong because you have not understood the meaning of violative. Are we clear on this now? So this was the answer. So read the question peacefully. 45 seconds to read 30-40 words. Okay, moving on to question number 2. All easy question for the day. Okay, so where a proclamation of emergency is in operation, the right to move to any court for enforcement of fundamental rights could be suspended only by an order made by the president. This is which article? 359. Yes or no? So it requires a presidential order. Automatically, it happens only in case of Article 358. So B is the right answer. Simple, straightforward question. Next question, question number 3. Again, easy question. Please mark the answer. No, Satya, it is not a discretionary power. Please don't ask this question. Please. If something is discretionary, I'll tell you it is discretionary. Ruhan, proclamation from the word proclaim. Calling for an emergency, imposing emergency, or announcing an emergency. A proclamation of emergency, that is national emergency, if approved by both the houses, continues for how many years? Only 3 years. This is only for president's rule. A national and a financial emergency can continue indefinitely. There is no limit only. The only challenge is getting the approval every 6 months. So it can be extended for an indefinite period. Now, question number 4, the fourth question. Please read the statements carefully and then mark your answer. Don't get over enthusiastic. So the question firstly said cannot legislate. Cannot. This is Article 250, yes or no? During national emergency, can the parliament not make laws on stateless subjects? So it can be done, so not the answer. This is Article 253. Can be done, not the answer. This is Article 252. Can be done, not the answer. Now you will say, sir, this is also Article 249. Of course, but two-third majority of present and voting, not total membership. This fact is wrong. A is the right answer. And last question for today. Very simple, very easy. 30 seconds would be sufficient. Please mark the answer. Elected by members of municipality. Really? Elected in the manner decided by the state legislature. Who is a chairperson of municipality? This person is called a mayor. I had mentioned this point. Mayors in some places are elected directly by people, in some places indirectly. How does it happen? Because the state legislature may by law provide for the manner of election. B is the right answer. Okay, that's it. We are done with 5 questions. Anand Padmanabhan, 4th question, first point. What's the doubt, Anand? Please ask me. Oh, a lot of you got all 5 correct. At least 12 people. SS, Abdullah, I don't know who is SS. SS, what's your name? Abdullah, Aditya, Keha, Sahil, Devansh, Femina, Umang, Ankita, Vaishna, Avani, Saran. Okay. Then with 4, we have XY. I think XY is Aditi, Ayushi, Anayat, Viswas, Sobhit, Anjali, Praveen, Abhishek, Karthik, and so on and so forth. So we have only 20 people who show in the leaderboard, top 20. So that's it. That's it. Shailja, revision. Revise. That's the only way out. Okay, let's now move on and discuss the topic at hand. And that topic is the center-state relations. We'll continue with our discussion on the center-state relations. So, as far as the financial relations are concerned, 4th question, explain again. What is there to explain here? I don't understand. I mean, this is what we saw yesterday, right? So, I don't see the need for explanation. Okay, I'll explain for those who have no idea what is happening in the class. Under which of the following conditions can the parliament not legislate on matters contained in states list? These are article numbers which were seen yesterday by us. And we have already seen Article 249 yesterday also. Total membership is not there. Present and voting is the condition. So A is wrong. The rest of the 3 are correct. Revise yesterday notes, you will get this information. This topic is covered under center-state relations, legislative relations. Okay. Coming to limitations on states' powers. So, first things first, center cannot levy tax on import-export. States cannot levy tax on import-export. Import-export tax is levied by whom? Central government. Number 2, you cannot levy tax on interstate trade. interstate trade and commerce is free, right? Number 3, the states also impose, or the municipal corporations impose, a tax called what? Professional tax. We have studied this topic under municipalities. That tell me, what is the limit on professional tax? Please, what is the limit on professional tax? It is 2500 rupees per year. And do you remember that we had said that the second ARC says that increase this limit, and also 14th Finance Commission had said that make it 12,000. So currently the states cannot impose more professional tax, because to increase the limit you have to amend the constitution, which can only be done by the parliament. Okay. Then immunity of instrumentality, meaning what? The state governments cannot impose tax on central government buildings. Did we see yesterday the point of cooperative federalism? Do you remember this? Cooperative federalism. Okay. And lastly, Article 287. It is also the same concept, that states cannot impose tax on central government buildings for electricity consumption. So, no tax can be imposed by states on central government buildings or on consumption of electricity. Are we clear? So this is with respect to Article 287. So whenever any state government or any central government has an office, they will use some electricity. Now, if you see your house electricity bill, you will find that apart from the basic consumption, the tariff on the units consumed, there is also a tax imposed on us. But central government buildings, they have to pay for the basic tariff. But there is absolutely no way in which the state government can impose a tax on the consumption of electricity by central government buildings. These are all limitations on the state's power to levy or impose levies, to impose taxes. Anyway, now moving on to Finance Commission. It's a constitutional body under Article 280 of the Indian Constitution. And when it comes to Finance Commission, the Constitution says that the qualification is to be decided by Parliament by law. So the qualification of members of the Finance Commission will be decided by Parliament by law. So Parliament has made a law. That law is called the Finance Commission. Finance Commission Act of 1951. It's a 5-member body. The chairperson's qualification is that he or she should have knowledge of public affairs. Then we have 4 members. The first member's qualification is that you should have knowledge of finance and accounts of government. Second member, knowledge of economics. Third member, a high court judge, a sitting judge or a former judge, or anyone who is qualified to be a high court judge. So what is the qualification to be a high court judge? Please write. What are the two qualifications to become a High Court judge? Write the answer in one statement only. Don't write citizen, please. I am saying what are the two qualifications? Why are you writing one qualification? If you know only one qualification, don't write the answer. Okay, Vaishna so far is correct. Rajvi is correct. Kamal, no. Okay, so this is a sad state of affairs. Anuj is correct. It is Parveen is also correct. It is 10 years of holding the post of a judicial officer in the lower court, not 5, not 7, it's 10, and also 10 years as a advocate in the high court. Please don't write eminent jurist, lower judiciary, 5-year high court judge. For a high court judge, how can you be a judge of high court for 5 years? That qualification is meant for Supreme Court, not for high courts. So it is basically a judicial officer for 10 years and also or an advocate for 10 years. Anjali, yes, we can, but can we rely on you mugging up all the notes? That's also there. Anyway, coming back here, no more embarrassment for the day. The fourth member should have experience in financial matters. Shailja, what are you writing here? 10 years, passing the state judicial examination and all. No. Please refer to the High Court slide and see the qualification there. Anand Padmanabhan, I have just started discussing the topic. Have patience. I see always you are running ahead and then you later on ask basic questions. Calm down. We have just started discussing the topic. Members, then functions. We'll come to functions. Okay. So these are 5 members which who collectively are the part of what is called a finance commission. End of story for a high court qualification. Please stop it now. You have simply embarrassed yourself and me also by not mentioning the answer, most of you. Now there is no going back. It's done. End the story. Come here now. So qualification for the finance commission to be member are these 5 things. There is no definition of these things. The center appoints these people, the president appoints these people based on what they feel is knowledge of public affairs. There is no examination. Don't say, sir, how to test knowledge of public affairs. Any IAS officer, etc., will be considered to be a person having knowledge of public affairs. Okay. Now, what is the purpose of having a finance commission? These people can be any person. They can be MP, they can be bureaucrats, retired bureaucrats, they can be some college lecturers, professors, experts in various fields. Nothing is mentioned. Just this is mentioned. So please, no need to do a research on this. What is the function of finance commission? Now, as somebody is asking me, sir, what is this finance commission? Don't ask me what is finance commission. Ask me what does it do. So finance commission is a body comprising of some people. The task of this commission is to make recommendations. It's the duty of this commission to make recommendations to the president, central government. Whatever taxes the central government collects, what percentage should they give to the states? And not just this, amongst the states also how to distribute the money given to states. What percentage to give to Tamil Nadu, what percentage to give to, say, Arunachal, what percentage to Uttarakhand, what percentage to Telangana. This is also recommended by the same Finance Commission. Okay, so think of it like this. We have the center and we have the devolution being done to the states. So this kind of devolution is what is known as vertical devolution. Vertical, between center and states. The distribution between union and the states of the net proceeds of taxes which may be divided. Are you getting this point? Distribution between center and states, which is what is called the vertical distribution. Vertical lines, straight lines, that is perpendicular to the earth, and we have horizontal lines parallel to the earth. So apart from this, as I said, how much money should the state of Kerala get? How much money should Goa get? How much money should Bihar get? How much money should Jharkhand get? This kind of distribution, the recommendation also comes from the same Finance Commission. So this is what is called horizontal distribution. Okay. And allocation between the states of the respective shares. This allocation is what is referred to horizontal distribution. Are we clear? So if the center gets 100 rupees, the Finance Commission can say, center, you keep 60 rupees with yourself, give 40 rupees to the states. Now in this 40 rupees, you can give 2 rupees to UP, 1 rupee to MP, 90 paise to, say, Tamil Nadu, 30 paise to Sikkim, 20 paise to Goa. This is called horizontal distribution. Vertical, center and states, horizontal, amongst the states. As simple as that. Okay. So these are the functions primarily performed by Finance Commission. Now please understand, it is a body which only gives recommendations. Of course, recommendations can't be made binding, but the government largely follows these recommendations. Why do we have this body? It's a neutral body. Though you make say, sir, but the members are chosen by center only. So they can be biased. They can give more money to center and less to states. Yes, that's possible, but largely people who are experts in various fields, they consider all these elements, etc., and then devolve money. So the issue of biasness is not really there. That's it. Then, apart from this, what grants in aid? Free money. Free money. What free money will be given to the states based on their performance? Let's say some state is taking a lot of steps to improve their law and order situation. Based on their performance, the center can say that state will get 100 crores extra. Or maybe the center can say, we are bringing a new index called Good Governance Index. All the states which score over a certain parameter in the 58 indicators in the Good Governance Index will get extra 10 crores for every indicator they meet, every target they meet. Target based. So how to decide all these things? The Finance Commission will lay down the principles. Are we clear? Will give suggestions based on which the center can give grants in aid to the states from the CFI. So these are two functions performed by the Finance Commission. I think this is the easiest way to understand. Very simple. I'll repeat once again. Number one, how much money should be kept with center, how much to give to states. That is called vertical devolution. I hope this is now clear to everybody. Number two, how much to give to one state, how much to give to the other state. That also is recommended by the Finance Commission only. That is horizontal distribution. On what basis can we give some states free money to enjoy? Based on their performance, based on their poverty, based on their low economic indicators, social indicators, all these things, right? All this is done by the Finance Commission. Apart from it, Finance Commission also gives suggestions to the state governments. What steps can you take to increase? Augment means to increase. To increase the CFS. What is CFS? Consolidated Fund of a State. So what steps can you take to increase your CFS? Why? Because if you have more money in CFS, this would mean more money would now be devolved to the panchayats. If you have more money in your CFS, more money can be given to municipalities. So basically, the Finance Commission at the central level also gives suggestions, recommendations to the state governments. What steps can you take to increase your revenue, increase your money in the CFS? And if you have more money, you can give more money to your panchayats and municipalities. So these are the functions performed by the Finance Commission. That's it. Finance Commission, Article 280. If Finance Commission is mentioned under Article 280, please tell me, is it a statutory body or a constitutional body? But why are you writing statutory body? I am mentioning if a body is mentioned as an Article 280 mentioned in the Constitution, how dare you write statutory body? It's a constitutional body, right? Article is there. Okay. So moving on now to the issues in center-state financial relations. So as far as the center-state issues are concerned with respect to money, which is all that matters, let me just tell you something. In our country, states, center can borrow from anywhere. Center can borrow from us. Center can borrow from states. While they borrow from states, center can borrow from banks. Center can borrow from IMF, ADB, anywhere. It is allowed. Center is allowed to borrow from inside the country, outside the country. Article 292. But states need the permission of Parliament to borrow from outside the country. They cannot borrow from outside the country. Are we clear on this? So it is always the permission of center required. And that is why the borrowing always comes from center. So center takes the money from some foreign organization and gives it to the states. Now there are two issues. Issue number one. States say that whenever center borrows money, it charges some kind of additional interest from the states. Additional interest is charged. Charged by center. For example, let us say ADB gives us $500 million for some kind of project to be launched in, say, Maharashtra. Center will give this fund, center will take this money, act as a guarantor, give this fund to the Maharashtra government. But the interest charged on all these loans is a very low interest. Normally, we get soft loans. And see, countries like India and China, they are the ones on which these organizations are surviving for loans. They call us, please take loan, and we take loans. Now, let us say ADB is charging 3% interest, let's assume. So center has to return the money with 3% interest. Now central government, when it will give the funds to Maharashtra, it will charge 3.05%. 0.05% handling fees, like a commission agent. Sir, center, you're not a money lender. You're not some commission agent. State governments or state governments say, what is this nonsense? Why, we are also getting money for people's benefit only. It is not for our benefit. If the Maharashtra government or say UP government or and Jharkhand government is borrowing money, the money will be used in the state, which is part of the country only. So it is not appropriate for one level of government to charge interest from the other level of government. It is wrong. So states don't like it. Secondly, the improper release of funds. So it also happens that whenever the center gets the funds, it will not send all this money to Maharashtra. No. It will send in installments and earn interest on it by keeping some money. And then the state governments are always waiting, sir, next installment please, sir, please. So money is never given in total, always in steps and steps. So center says we have to control, right? Center, you can also be corrupt if states can be corrupt. So rather than this, give the money to the state governments, let them use the money properly. Because delay in the release of funds causes a problem of projects stalling. So this should not happen. That's one problem. Apart from it, states also say that every important tax in the country, be it income tax, corporate tax, everything is taxed by center only. What are we left with? Petty taxes. That's a very small thing. We want more tax. We want important fiscal resources. But in our country, we have excessive domination of center over all the fiscal resources. Example, income tax, corporate tax paid by companies, etc. States can charge tax on agricultural income. Now, if any state plans to charge tax on agricultural income, don't expect the party to win the election for the next 20, 30 years. We cannot tax agricultural income. That's not possible. So the state's taxation powers are limited, right? So all they have is the GST, which now is bifurcated. But they say, if you are charging income tax and corporate tax and all these things, what are you getting? So they always question, why center charges all these things? Center's reason, and what is the reason for this? This central dominance that is there in the country, what is the reason for it? Reason for it is two things. One reason is defense. It is a duty of the center to protect the states, right? So defense forces. Number two, center also says that, guys, we want to also ensure a balanced regional development. Meaning, we need proper balance across the country, equitable growth everywhere, no state lagging behind. So if some state is lagging behind, we can put in extra efforts, funds, resources, and improve the state's condition. Now, balanced regional development is the biggest joke in the country. There is no balance in the country. I mean, if more than 50% of the industrial production is in Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, Gujarat and all, then where is the balance? There is no balance. Look at Bihar. There is no balance. So this balanced region development is the biggest garb in which center controls resources. The disparity amongst the states in this country is pretty clear, obvious, and very wide. So the central governments have done nothing, frankly, to eradicate or remove this disparity. That's it. Third point, pay commission awards. What is pay commission? Pay commission is meant for salary revision. This is the for salary revision. So this is a commission which is formed every 10 years for the central government employees to look into whether their salaries can be increased further or not, like the 6th pay commission, 7th pay commission. Now, why do you think the state government will have a problem if the central government is increasing the salary of their employees? Not the DA, increase in the basic pay only. DA is subject to regular increase based on cost of commodities increasing. That's why it's called the dearness allowance. Basic pay only increasing. Now you will say, sir, why the states are bothered? If the central government employee has to get their salary increased, center pays the salary. Why am I bothered? The problem is there is competition and pressure. How? Now think of a very logical situation. Let's say in a city, these two buildings are there. This is an income tax building, income tax office. And let us assume this is an excise department office. Now, income tax office is a central government building. Excise office is a state government building. Let's assume that here there is a clerk. Here also there is a clerk, a group C employee. Now, this clerk, after the increase in salary suddenly starts getting 35,000 rupees per month. This clerk is still getting 25,000 rupees per month. The task is largely the same only. Don't you think this clerk will contact his union members saying, come on, what is this? Ask the state government to increase our salary also. They'll go on strike, etc. Forcing the state government to increase the salary, making it comparable to the central government salary. Now, center has all the resources to increase salaries. States don't have resources. States' resources are limited. So states say that please make us also a party to your pay commission awards. And if you're increasing salary of your employees, give us funds, extra funds, because we also will have to ultimately increase the salary of our employees. It is going to happen. So this is the pay commission awards problem. And lastly, if I at this point ask you, please tell me, what are those areas which yield lot of revenue for any country? You will say, sir, areas which yield lot of revenue. Very simple. Those are areas like mines, minerals, yes or? Areas like industries, development of large scale industries, trade and commerce. These are some areas which give lot of revenue, right, to any country. If you look at all these things, mines, industries, trade, tell me, these topics, which list are they mentioned in? Now you will say, sir, they must be in the union list because center controls everything. No, all these topics, they are under state list. Mines and minerals, entry 23. State list. Industries, if you look at industries, it is entry 24. State list. Trade and commerce, entry 26. State list. But what has happened is, for all these entries, there is a corresponding entry in union list also. If you look at entry 7, entry 52 in the union list, you will find that it says center can make laws for regulating industries if it is very urgent in national interest. Of course, everything is important in national interest. Despite all these very lucrative kind of topics, highly remunerative topics being mentioned in state list, there are corresponding entries in union list which the center has monopolized. Though those topics should have only been used in extreme situations, but we find that center controls everything. For example, this is also there in the union list. If you look at mines, so we have entry 53, entry 54, entry 55. These entries in union list which say that center can control it if it is urgent in national interest. So everything is urgent in national interest. Then industries, entry 7, entry 52. Again the same logic. And trade is also there, entry 33, but in the concurrent list. So most of the very lucrative topics, revenue generating topics, even though were given to states, but the center has completely monopolized it, controlled it, hijacked it, to the extent that the states just have to rely on the center's policies, programs, etc. For approvals and all, to get any kind of revenue from these kind of topics. This is also the very big area of concern for the states. So these are some issues in center-state relations. That's it. We are done with our discussion on center-state relations. Before we end our discussion, one simple question. How far do you think cooperation, competition, and confrontation have shaped the nature of federation in India? Cite some recent examples to validate your answer. So, cooperation, we have seen the cooperative features, we have seen the competitive features, and we have also seen the confrontational features. What are confrontational features? Please tell me. Confrontational features, they are nothing but the unitary features which always cause confrontation between center and states. Just write all those things and we are done. Okay. So again, the question being slightly on the easier side, all you had to do was know all those points and give some recent examples. You can give examples of governors, etc. Recent example up to which year? Up to today. In the examination hall, if you have studied something yesterday, you can quote that, no problem. Recent example is based on your skill. So how to add recent example? That is how we study current affairs, right? So if you look at all these things, you will realize that uh, there are a lot of unitary features: appointing the governor, on-desk service officers, use of emergency provisions, right? All these unitary features. Give some examples in the current situation, how these are being misused by the center, how states are unhappy with all these things. Okay. For cooperation, you talk about the concurrent list, DPSP provisions. For competition, you talk about all these indexes. Say how DRPG has brought the good governance index, promoting good governance in the country. Say how we have the e-governance index now, which has ushered in an era of providing lot of services through e-governance. 1400 different kind of services are now being provided through e-governance. So it's all about you following current affairs and linking multiple topics. Okay, that's it. We are done with our center-state relations. This also ends our discussion on the public administration side of our polity and constitution syllabus. Uh, just to mention here only, important articles that you should know as far as this topic is concerned. So some things that we had seen earlier also: 249, 250, 252, 253. Then directly come to 263, which is Interstate Council. 339, Clause 2, Welfare of STs. Then 347, then 350, capital A, and also Article 280. That's it. Important articles, the content must be known. No cases to be mugged up here. If you are studying Lakshmikant, Lakshmikant has given too much of taxation references and all, not required. Just study chapters 13, 14, and 15. Done. Shruti, it is all about revision. How do we learn all these things? Firstly, there is no need to mug up all these articles like me. I am teaching. Frankly, I can simply say that, I'm just too intelligent to know all these things. But that is not the case. I may be too intelligent, but I've been teaching this for a long period of time. So that's the reason I know all these things. This is my life. This is my job. So I have been reading the same thing over and over again. That's how it is. You also can do the exact same thing through revisions, right? For a small amount of time or a small period, you can simply revise these things and mug up everything. Plus, of course, you may not be able to match the same level because I only teach polity, governance, or some other topics like this. You have to study a lot of things. So there is also this understanding you have to develop that you cannot simply mug up everything. You have to mug up very important elements. So all these articles, not really required. If you have to show off to somebody, maybe. For the examination, even if you know the content, it would be sufficient. So have reasonable expectations from yourself. Otherwise, you'll be under a lot of pressure that I don't know anything, right? So that's the big problem. And especially now with you, the bigger issue is, see, when people don't know anything, they are very happy. Ignorance is bliss. They feel I know everything. The problem with people who start knowing information is the realization that is now come that, oh, I don't know so many things. That also is a sign of underconfidence, right? So please do not have this feeling. You know sufficient information which is required for the examination, not for research. Just revise the same content. The boring part is revision. Keep on revising current affairs, Yojana Kurukshetra, that will suffice. Sometimes nothing extra is required to be done. Okay. Kivika, solution is Bonvita Plus. Okay, Bonvita plus Complan, Proteinex, Horlicks, whatever you feel like. Okay, now moving on to the fundamental rights. It's the third part of the Indian Constitution, Articles 12 to 35. Now, normally after every topic, I have said that no, these articles are important, those articles are important. Let me clarify now. I will not be telling you, I will not be telling you which articles are important. Why? Why will I not be telling you now? Because every article is important. Right from Article 12 to Article 35. You need not mug up the entire article, but you have to remember the provisions. Okay? So this is part 3, fundamental rights. Before we come to that, let us see what your understanding is with respect to rights in general. Solve this question first, and then we'll discuss further. "45 seconds of time would be, I believe, sufficient. Refresh, Rajesh. If there is any issue with sound and image, refresh. Oh. So a lot of you got this wrong, in fact. See, rights are claims of state is complete nonsense. Rights are benefits of few against many is also wrong. Now the question arises, are rights claims or privilege? Privilege is some kind of benefit given to you. Claim is your entitlement. Rights are not benefits thrown on our face. It's not some freebie that because the government was very nice, benevolent, come on, enjoy this free food. No, rights are our entitlements. Okay, so never think of rights as your privilege. No, it's not a privilege. It is your entitlement. Claims. Also, not every right may be incorporated in the constitution. That's also not possible. So the statement was wrong on both the lines. So I hope now you understand, right is not just some kind of benefit the government provides. Right is your entitlement, your claim against the state. Now, classification of rights. Across the why against the state? The state here does not mean the state governments. State means any entity which has a power to govern. State means state government, central government. Okay, that is the meaning of state here. Now, see, there have been lot of rights which have always been there with people. Lot of rights, natural rights. But not every right has been given some protection or mention. Rights which are given some protection under some law, those rights are called legal rights. For example, let's assume this is a law called RPA 1951. Okay. This RPA 1951, I hope you know what is RPA 1951. the Representation of People's Act. This has one section 62 which gives us the right to vote. Or one more law, Industrial Disputes Act. This particular law gives us the right to strike. Any right which comes through a law, any right which comes through a law let's see, let's say this is the entire constitution. Is constitution a law? Tell me, yes or no? Of course, constitution is also a law. So any right mentioned in all these things is called what? A legal or a statutory right. But if any right is mentioned in the constitution, we can also call it constitutional rights. Yes or no? Can we call it constitutional rights? Yes, we can call them legal rights, statutory rights, but we can also call it a constitutional right. Like I can call you, say, somebody who belongs to UP. If you are from UP, let's assume you are from UP, you're also from India. So I can call you somebody who belongs to UP, also an Indian. If you are, say, a male, I can call you a male. I can call you Homo sapien. So both things are correct. Finally, inside the constitution, there is a part called Part 3. This Part 3 is a part which contains those rights which are called fundamental rights. Okay? Articles 14 to 32, fundamental rights. So I hope now you understand. Please hear me out and answer the question accordingly. Are fundamental rights constitutional? Yes or no? Of course, yes. Fundamental rights are inside the constitution. But a better way is calling them fundamental rights. Are fundamental rights statutory rights? Yes or no? Yes, of course. All these rights are called statutory rights. They are also statutory. But if I say all statutory rights are fundamental rights, is it correct? Tell me. All statutory rights are fundamental rights. Of course not. This is a statutory right. This is a statutory right, not a fundamental right. So fundamental rights are only those group of rights mentioned in one specific place. I hope now this point should be clear to everybody. If not, I have said so many things. Watch the recording again and again. And this diagram should be clear about classification of rights. Please don't forget it. Clear? Moving on. Now, one more question can be, sir, why fundamental? You call them important rights, call them great rights, call them best rights. Why are you calling them fundamental? What is so fundamental or basic about it? What is so basic? See, one thing you can say, and books normally say that, these rights are called fundamental because they are very, very essential for the all-round development, for the social development, for the moral development, for ethical development. for educational development. These rights are very important for all these developments. We understand. So what? This is not the only reason why we call them fundamental. You know, we call them fundamental because these rights mentioned in part 3 are guaranteed and protected by the fundamental law of the land. Which is the fundamental law of the land? The Indian Constitution is the fundamental law of the land. The most basic law of this country is the Constitution. Now again you can say, sir, but how are we calling this the fundamental law of the land? This is not the first law. There are so many laws in the country which are older than the Constitution but still exist. IPC 1860 is a law, still continues. Indian Evidence Act 1872 is a law, still continues. Why are we still calling it fundamental? We call it fundamental because every law in this country which used to exist has been allowed to continue because of the Constitution. Are you clear? All laws in this country derive authority, power from the Constitution. It is the Constitution which says that, okay, law, continue, no problem. This is mentioned under Article 372, that it is called the fundamental law of the land. Why? Because all other laws derive their power from the Constitution. Are we clear on this? Any law that exists in the country, if it violates the Constitution, the law cannot continue. That is why we declare it unconstitutional. So sometime, you'll find various weird kind of laws that are there in the country which have never been challenged. Don't worry. Don't worry. The simple idea is, if there is any law in the country which anyhow violates any constitutional provision, that law is cancelled, automatically void. It is not applicable. So you cannot be a law which violates the Constitution and continue. Why? Because you have derived the authority from the Constitution only. Clear? That is why we call this Constitution as the fundamental law of the land. And because all the articles we'll be studying shortly, they are given protection by the Constitution. There's a specific mechanism. You can approach Supreme Court, High Courts to ensure their protection. Hence, they are called fundamental rights. Mayank, again the same old problem. You have to refer to the lecture that we had in right to vote. I have mentioned what exactly was the situation of right to vote. When you are quoting Anup Barnwal case, don't quote half-heartedly. Refer to what is a judgment, what is the case all about, what have the judges said. So I mentioned that very clearly. So again, I don't want this useless wastage of time on what is right to vote. Anup Barnwal case, right to vote was not even a matter under discussion. That is why the judges, with a 4:1 opinion, said that right to vote should be a constitutional right. But as of now, since this petitioner has not raised this concern, we are not referring on this matter. This was the judgment. It's very important to read the words in the judgment, right? So Supreme Court has, because it's a 5-judge bench order in 2006. To challenge that order, you have to have a bigger judge bench. You can't simply cancel a 5-judge bench order by a 5-judge bench order, right? So Kuldeep Nair case is very clear on this. Anyway, let's not get into that debate again. It's already discussed in detail in your election classes RPA. Abhishek, please check your statement. So somebody says, are all constitutional rights fundamental rights? Tell me, guys, are all constitutional rights fundamental rights? Of course not. It's the exact opposite. All fundamental rights are part of the Constitution. See, this is all constitutional rights. How can these things come under here? These things are under the Constitution. This is basic Venn diagram concept. Okay, so I hope this point is now clear. Discussions over. Now somebody has risen from the dreams. Chetna says, why Constitution is called fundamental of the land? That's what we have mentioned here. Na? Why is it called fundamental? This is the reason. Na? All the laws derive power from the Constitution. After 5 minutes of discussion. Okay, so moving on. Now, before we actually discuss these rights, some things have to be clarified. There one more thing. Please don't, you cannot have this question, sir, rights are unlimited, absolute. No, please. This is India. In our country, rights are not absolute. Are we clear? In our country, rights are restricted. So please do not claim that we have unlimited, unfettered rights. Nobody has unlimited rights. So you have to understand this one very important element before you proceed. Rights in India can be restricted, and hence they are called qualified in nature. Qualified and not absolute. So just because you are, and we'll see a plenty of examples. Right now, there's no need to quote. For example, I'll quote one example. Freedom of speech and expression. If you are given freedom of speech and expression, this does not mean it is unlimited. You cannot talk nonsense. You cannot give a hate speech by saying, but I have freedom of speech. I can say anything. Of course, you cannot say anything. Limitations. You can't shout bomb, bomb, bomb is there in a crowded place. Various limitations are there. You can't make fun of the Supreme Court, High Courts, right? You can't defame somebody. So we'll discuss those later on. But just to give an example, rights are not absolute. This is not USA. As a mark of your protest, you can't burn the national flag. That's not allowed. So these things are restricted in the country. Second thing, also don't ask me, sir, if the rights are given to us, how can they be violated? It is like asking, if a law is there not to kill, how can somebody kill? It's okay. Your right can be violated. The only point is, if it is violated, you can go to the courts for the protection. Clear? That's the logic. One more thing. We are constantly saying that these rights are available against the state. What is the state? Can you tomorrow come and say that state has reservation? Reservation in government jobs is there. In Byju's, I want reservation amongst faculty. Reservation. Come on. Is it possible? Is it possible? Reservation in Byju? Simple example. You are saying no. Why no? Why no? Because Byju's is not a part of state. So first thing we have to understand is what is the state against whom we have most of these rights. Article 12 defines a state, and this definition is only for part 3. What is part 3? Fundamental rights. This definition is only for part 3. What is a state? State would mean parliament, assembly, also the councils, SLCs also, government of India, government of state, all local bodies like panchayats and municipalities, and other authorities. Confusion. What is this other authorities? This matter actually went to court because it so happened in 1981, Supreme Court gave the criteria in a case called Ajay Hasia case of 1981. Now, what is the meaning of these other authorities? Anyway, this Ajay Hasia case was a case largely with respect to NIT Srinagar. So, for all those who know what is this NIT, the National Institute of Technology across the country, the NITs that we have, these NITs were originally called REC, Regional Engineering College. So if you ask your parents and older people of the popular NITs, say, let's say you're from Bihar and it says NIT Patna, it was called REC Patna, Regional Engineering College. So it was REC Srinagar, Regional Engineering College. So across the country, there were roughly 15 colleges of this kind which were sponsored by the government of India, meaning they were getting government funding. Government used to appoint people inside the college. There was this case where Ajay Hasia, this person, and other people, they got very good marks in the written examination, but very poor marks in the viva voce interview. And they also claimed that for them the interview was only for 2-3 minutes. They were called, sit, leave. They said this is wrong. It violates equality. State cannot treat people differently. Equal treatment. And this matter went to court. Now, REC Srinagar said that, sir, wait. REC Srinagar is registered under Jammu and Kashmir Registration of Societies Act. It is not a government college. We are just getting some government funds. We are not a government college. We are a private college. It is in this case that Supreme Court clarified what can make a private body a government body. When do you call a body a state? So number one, they said, if any body has been created by a statute. What is statute? Remember, first class law. If any body is created by a law or an executive order, government's order, that body becomes a state. CBI is a state. Lokpal, state. CBC, state. Niti Aayog, state. Clear? Number two, if any body is substantially controlled or financed by the government, if the body is getting government funds, to what percentage? That is not defined. Supreme Court says we'll decide that on a case-to-case basis. The control should be such that the body depends on government for funds. That's the control we are talking about. So all such bodies, SBI, LIC, what are these? State only. Then, if any body performs any public function or any sovereign functions protecting the sovereignty of the country. Example, police. Example, all these intelligence organizations, they are all a part of the state only because they are providing sovereign functions to the country. And lastly, if there is any body which enjoys government monopoly. What is government monopoly? Let us say tomorrow that right now we have so many coaching institutes for UPSC. If tomorrow government says all coaching institutes to shut down, BYJU'S will be the only coaching institute in the country. Maybe this won't happen, don't worry. But if it happens, then what is this? This is a situation where BYJU'S has been given a monopoly. Then BYJU'S can be considered to be a part of state. If tomorrow the government says that orange colored clothes can only be manufactured by RSS, nobody else, then for that particular purpose, RSS can be treated as a part of state. Are we clear? So these are the examples or situations where some other authorities can also be considered to be a part of state. That's it. So we just need to know this information. Don't expect a question from this and all, but this is how we define a state. Okay. Sir, what is RSS? Oh, Rashtriya Swayam Sevak Sangh. It's an organization. Just a random example. Forget it. RSS is like a body which is there in the country. So and take any body. Okay. And I have already defined what are sovereign functions. Sovereign functions are to uphold the sovereignty of the country. Okay. So now some of you are asking, sir, is UPSC under state and all? Sirs and ma'ams, you please tell me, if a body is created by a statute, is constitution a law? Yes or no? Law? Is UPSC a constitutional body? Of course, yes. So, UPSC is a part of state. Clear on this? Oh, what happened in the Ajay Hasia case? So, in the Ajay Hasia case, basically, what happened was that the Supreme Court upheld that REC was actually a part of state. Why? Because it was getting funding from the government. Major appointments were being done by the government, and that is why REC was a part of the state. Anyway, that judgment is not for us to worry. Oh, I just said Mohammed Hasia case done. Okay, so this is state. I think interestingly, you don't find one body mentioned here. A very important body is not mentioned here. Tell me which body? A very, very important body is not mentioned here. Army is mentioned, sovereign functions, armed forces. Banks are mentioned here. ECI is under statute. Yes. Judiciary is not mentioned here. Did you observe this? Judiciary is not mentioned here. Judiciary is not a part of state under Article 12. That's what Supreme Court also says. Okay. So, judiciary, of course, is not a part of state under Article 12's definition. Judiciary says that, we see, I am again telling you this. Please understand, don't think that if a body is not mentioned here, it becomes a private body. No. This definition is only meant for ascertaining against whom can we claim some rights. Please understand the logic behind it. We are not here to define what is a state. We are only here to define state for part 3. That is only for fundamental rights. Are you clear? That's it. So these are the bodies against whom you can claim your right. That's it. Now, moving on to the next article, Article 13. See, judiciary is not a part of state to just address all your concerns, is because Supreme Court has said that the purpose of defining what is a state under Article 12 is to protect the rights of people against those bodies. Judiciary does the exact same task of protecting the rights of people. So how can it violate the rights of people? That's their logic, and we have to accept it. As simple as it. We may say, but sir, salary is paid by government only. Or yes, of course we agree. But that is the situation. That's what judiciary says. The definition of state here is meant to protect the rights of people against these bodies. Judiciary is performing the exact same task. Okay, that's it. Nitesh, you please take down something. Don't fully enjoy in your comforts of your house. Also use your pen and paper to write something. By Saksham, what is your problem, sir? Finance functions. What finance functions? Second point, financed by the government. Sir, SBI, bodies like all these PSUs, public sector banks, what are these bodies? They are substantially controlled or financed by the government, where government appoints people, government is funding them, government is a major shareholder. So that is it. I had mentioned this point. Okay. Hello, you can also see the video and pause and go back and see the video. Don't expect me to just spoon feed you on this here. Come on. That is very wrong as an expectation. I quote hundreds of things in the class. Don't expect me to write everything in the class. BSNL, how MNCs come under state? Sahil, MNCs won't come under state. Which MNC? Amazon, Google, all these MNCs. Infosys, TCS. Or what MNC are you talking about? IRCTC is a monopoly in railways. That is why. Okay. So, moving on. Enough of. I think this is the longest discussion I've had on Article 12. Yes, Saksham, look at this definition here. A body is created by a statute or an executive order. Niti Aayog was formed through an executive order. What do I want to teach and what are the questions? So the gap is too wide, I believe. Anyway, now coming to Article 13. This article is Sakshi, sir, please either erase NIT or name of the case. This is the name of the case. Ajay Hasia case. Okay? Ajay Hasia case. Now, there is a, in fact, recently this was in news a lot because of 50 years. Because of 50 years of this landmark judgment. Keshwanand Bharti, who passed away in 2020. And I made a video also on YouTube. No self-promotion, please. It's okay. On 50 years of Keshwanand Bharti. So this entire concept of basic structure doctrine that we see comes from here only. Article 13. That is how we have the entire concept, the origin of basic structure coming from Article 13. Let's do one thing. Let's take a break. It will take some time for me to explain this point. So a break would be better. And after the break, we'll discuss what exactly was basic structure, what was the concern, the origin, story, what is the judgment, is it good, bad, all these things after the break. Break, please. Be back at 6:50. Break till 6:50. Meanwhile, if you find any difficult word here, please Google search for the meaning. Okay, so Acha, one more thing I'd like to clarify is that your fundamental rights can be or are protected or can be claimed against others also, private bodies also. But there are some rights which are protected against the state only. So for that situation, we need to also know how a state is defined. So don't feel that your rights are not protected against other people. It is, but there are some rights which are not protected or which are only protected against the state. So for that, we need to know what is the definition of the state. Now, coming to Article 13. Article 13's first clause is very simple. I mean, it is not at all complicated. Very, very simple. The whole point begins with the second clause. So first clause says laws inconsistent with or in derogation, a violation of fundamental rights. Derogation is violation, English word. First clause says, I'll explain first. Every law in this country which was there before the commencement of this constitution, every law in this country which was there before the commencement of this constitution, if they are violating part 3, what is part 3? If they are violating the fundamental rights, those provisions of that law will become void. They will automatically become cancelled. Are we clear on this? Any law which existed before the commencement of this constitution, it can continue. But if there is any provision in the law which violates the fundamental rights, that provision will be automatically cancelled. Okay. Now, let's come to the second clause. The state shall not make any law. The state shall not make any law which takes away or abridges. What is abridge? Abridge means to reduce the rights given by this part. Which part are we talking about? Part 3. What is the meaning of part here? The part here means part 3. So we are only focused on fundamental rights. Don't bring other rights right now. They're of no concern to us. We are just focused on fundamental rights. If the state makes any law which takes away or reduces the rights given by this part, I'm repeating again, this part means part 3 of the Indian Constitution, and any law made in contravention, opposed to this clause shall, to the extent of the opposition, contravention, be void. Meaning, if the now this is a very legal language, I'm explaining in simple terms. We cannot exactly translate and then make a Hindi or English statement out of it. I can simply explain in simpler terms to you. That basically means that the state cannot make any law which will violate fundamental rights. If the state tries to make a law which violates fundamental rights, that particular provision of the law which violates the rights will be cancelled. Are we clear on this? So here also, see, all laws in force in the territory of India immediately before the commencement of this constitution, insofar as they are inconsistent with the provisions of this part. Which part are we talking about? Part 3. Insofar as they are not consistent with fundamental rights. If they are consistent with the rights, no problem. But if they are not consistent with the fundamental rights, they shall, to that extent of inconsistency, if in a law there are 10 provisions, one provision violates the fundamental rights, that provision is cancelled. It is not that the entire law is cancelled. Are we clear on this? Think of this example. This is a law. Now this law has, say, 5 different provisions. If this provision is violates fundamental rights, only this provision is cancelled. That is called the extent of inconsistency. We will not cancel the entire law. Are we clear on this? Everyone now? The ones who had an issue with the meaning of inconsistency and all? Anuj, Sai Dinesh, Shruti, Prashant. Clear everyone? Okay. The same thing is applicable here also. If the state makes a law, here, law is made by the state. If there is any law which is containing any provision which violates part 3, that provision is cancelled. Selectively cancelled. Why to cancel the entire law? I mean, if you have headache, right, you won't remove your head only. You will eat a medicine to cure the headache. That's it. If I made a law of 100 provisions, I should not cancel the entire law. Cancel selectively those provisions which violate part 3. So the idea here is you cannot make a law to take away fundamental rights of people. That is why fundamental rights are called various names by Supreme Court. In case of A.K. Gopalan, 1950, Supreme Court said fundamental rights are paramount in nature. In the Champakam Dorairanjan case, Supreme Court said the fundamental rights are too important, too sacrosanct to be interfered with. In the Ujjambai case, Supreme Court said the fundamental rights are inalienable, unviolable, which cannot be taken away, which can't be violated. In the MSM Sharma case, Supreme Court said these rights are reserved for the people, by the people, all these things. Anyway, now you may also say, sir, you are saying a law will not be made. Okay. What is law? This is law. Ordinance, order, bylaw. Bylaws are made by panchayats, municipalities. Rules, regulations, notifications, customs or usage. If in the country there is any custom, there is anything that is happening which violates part 3, that is also automatically void. Okay. These laws are void automatically. Are we clear? Now, we also need to understand a very important element. Tarun, what is ordinance? You've asked this thrice. Okay, so Tarun, my question to you, did you take the classes initially or have you joined later on? Others, continue. Tarun will answer that separately. So we, I think, have a clarity on one thing. So Tarun, we have to understand that you'll have to revise the previously taught topics. Ordinance was taught in chapter President and Governor. You have to revise that. When it comes to Article 13 Clause 2, this idea is clear that you cannot make a law to take away rights. Fundamental rights can't be taken away. Please read this article. I know what this article is. You also know. Article 368, amending the Constitution. Yes or no? But let us read what is mentioned here and you'll be surprised. Power of Parliament to amend the Constitution and the procedure. So we know the procedure. What is the procedure? Special majority, all that nonsense is there. Forget that. Notwithstanding. What is the meaning of notwithstanding? Notwithstanding means in spite of anything mentioned in the Constitution. We don't care whatever was mentioned in the Constitution, to hell with it. Parliament may, in the exercise of its constituent power, Parliament may, with the power given to it by the Constitution, amend. What can the Parliament do? Parliament can amend by way of addition, by way of variation, varying something, changing something, or by way of repeal, removing any provision. Meaning, Parliament can amend any provision of the Indian Constitution after following a procedure. What is this? Right now, you are saying that Article 13 says that you cannot take away or even reduce the fundamental rights. You can't make a law. But here you are saying, no, no, no. But Parliament can amend everything. Right? Did you understand the conflict in the Constitution? What do you think? Should we amend everything? Or you think Article 13 is important? That's a conflict. Now, this problem was because, why would this also be a concern? Why would the government want to take away your rights? The problem was because of the land reform in the country. Land reform in the country. So what happened was all these rich zamindars, landlords, zamindars, these rich zamindars, they controlled huge tracts of land running into thousands of acres of land in certain situations. And these lands were given to these tenants, local farmers, tenants, who used to work on this land for generations. The local farmer, the poor farmer, without any ownership, right? So these people worked on the land, but no ownership because the land was controlled by zamindar. Government said, this is nonsense. Why do you need 1,000 acres of land? Come on, give your land to me. You keep some land, I am taking the rest of the land. Government started playing Robin Hood. Take from rich, give to poor. But there is a small problem. In our fundamental rights, there used to be an Article 19, Clause 1, Subclause F. This was the right to property. Now, this is no longer there, but it used to be there at that point of time. 1951 is what we're talking about. 1951. So, the moment the government wanted to take away land of rich people and give to poor people, people would say, wait. Right to property. How dare you make a law? If you make a law, issue any kind of notice, any rule, nothing. Sorry, you can't take my land. Right to property, fundamental right. Government got confused. What the hell is this nonsense? How can we ever take away the land of rich and give to poor? How can we redistribute the resources of the country ever? How can we uplift the poor? So they said, wait. One thing. Article 368 says what? I can amend everything. Amend. The government said, the parliament said, we are passing the first Amendment Act 1951 and said that government or the state can take away land of people. People went to court saying, sir, what is this nonsense? How dare they make a law which goes against fundamental right, Article 13? This matter was discussed for the first time in 1951 in the Shankari Prasad case. But please understand the very fine nuance here. People are saying, all the zamindars, they have gone to court. They are saying, sir, My land has been taken away, fundamental right being abridged, reduced. How? Government said, but I am not making a law. Not making a law? Yes, I am only amending the constitution. Please tell me, my lords, is the word amend mentioned here? What can the state not do? State cannot make any law. What is law? Ordinance is a law. Order is a law. Bylaw. Bylaws are made by panchayats, municipalities, etc. Bylaw is a law. Rule is a law. Regulation is a law. Notification is a law. Any custom, any convention in the country, any social practice, etc. in the country, that can be a law. But amendment is not a law. If amendment was mentioned here, then we could not do it. But amendment is not mentioned there clearly. It is not a law. How can you say it is a law? And in the Shankari Prasad case, Supreme Court said, yes. Government, you are right. Amendment is not a law. Everything can be amended. Article 368 is supreme. Fundamental rights are amendable. And this provision continued. This judgment continued till 1967, where Supreme Court held the same logic. Amend anything, amend everything. We don't care. We don't care. Amendment is not a law. You know, in 1960, that Berubari Union case that we had seen under Article 3, remember Berubari Union? In that case, if you remember, when the matter went to court that can the government give up Berubari Union directly to the country Pakistan, or can the parliament by a simple majority do it? Then the Supreme Court said, no. Amendment is required. And Supreme Court actually said that parliament and governments, their powers are not absolute. You can't do everything. There has to be a limitation on you. Mind you, there has to be a limitation. Look at this concept also now. If I obtain the special majority, then I can modify everything. Tomorrow, the parliament can say India is no longer a democracy. Narendra Modi is the king, Amit Shah is the Senapati, that's it, or whatever. Tomorrow, Congress comes to power, they modify it, they say Rahul Gandhi is a king. The problem is the parliament's power has to be limited. But Supreme Court said no, amendment is allowed. Then in 1963, in our neighboring country, best friend Pakistan, there a judgment happened where the same logic was used. Fazlul Qadir Chaudhary, 1963. There, Pakistan Supreme Court also said the same thing, that governments, your powers cannot be absolute. Limitation, please understand, limitation on the power. Again, when it comes to this matter in Sajjan Singh case, so see, what was happening was, government had a list. Think of this. There is a list of all these people, all these zamindars, their names are there across the country. Names of zamindars. One by one, your land is being taken away. You run to the court. Court, my lord, please save my land. Land taken away. My lord, save my land. This is happening continuously. So all these people who kept on going to court to save their land. But Supreme Court till the Sajjan Singh case had the same judgment. That sorry, fundamental rights are amendable, everything can be amended, your land can be taken away through an amendment. But then came this matter of Golaknath. In fact, in the Sajjan Singh case, there was a judge in the bench. There was a judge called Justice Janardhan Raghunath Mudholkar. Justice Mudholkar. Fact not really important, but still. Justice Mudholkar. This Justice Mudholkar, he also asked the same question that yes, everything can be amended. I also agree. Very nice, very good, fun. But don't you think there should be a limit? Same question. You are allowing the parliament to modify everything. What if tomorrow they modify and say India is not a democracy? Then what will you do? But other judges said, sir, please don't complicate the matter. Amendment is not a law. Let the parliament amend anything. Okay. Then came the Golaknath case. Now, who was Golaknath? Golaknath was not one person, family of two brothers, Henry and William Golaknath. And this family had 500 acres of land. The Punjab Security and Land Tenure Act, which was passed under the First Amendment Act, after the First Amendment, the Punjab government said, give us 440 acres, you keep 60 acres. Sir, you have 500 acres of land. Please understand here, sirs and ma'ams, 500 acres of land, and the government says, brothers, 30 acre each. William Golaknath, 30 acre. Henry Golaknath, 30 acre. Go and enjoy. You are taking away 88% land of somebody. And they of course went to court. What is this nonsense? From ultra rich, you're making a middle class person. Wrong. In the Golaknath case, which was an 11 judge bench, Golaknath versus State of Punjab, 11 judges, 11 judge bench, Supreme Court had a change of heart only. It said, no. How can you amend rights? Sorry. All judgments are wrong. We are giving a fresh interpretation. Supreme Court said, fundamental rights are not amendable. You cannot amend fundamental rights. In fact, led by Justice Vanchu, who later became the Chief Justice in the same year, this is how we made fundamental rights not amendable. But then those were the times of Indira Gandhi. Indira Gandhi said, what is this confusion here? Amendable, not amendable. What is this nonsense? So people told her, madam, these two articles are conflicting actually. Because Article 13 is saying that you cannot make any law to take away rights of people. Okay. Indira Gandhi said, no problem. Let us amend the constitution and make changes. So in 1971, through the 24th Amendment Act, two modifications were made. Modification number 1, under Article 368, a clause 3 was added. What does it say? Now please hear this very carefully. It's a very beautifully written statement. Nothing in Article 13 shall apply to any amendment. What is Article 13? You cannot make a law to take away fundamental rights. That concept is not applicable to amendments. As simple as that. This was simply meant to say that amendment is not a law and everything is amendable. Or Article 13 clause 4, one more thing was added. Nothing in this article. Which article? Article 13 shall apply to any amendment. So what is Article 13? Article 13 is saying don't take away fundamental rights of people. This limitation is not for amendments. amendments can be done. Are we clear on this? This is what the parliament did. Meaning thereby this. Meaning everything can be amended. As simple as that. Problem solved. Problem solved. But then there's a parallel story going on in Kerala. So in Kerala, a story was going on of Keshwanand Bharti. Now, in the case of Keshwanand Bharti, this was Keshwanand Bharti. He is no longer there with us. He passed away in 2020. Keshwanand Bharti was the seer, the priest, the chief pontiff of the Ednir Mutt. In the Kasaragod district, Kerala. Because of this power of the parliament for amendment, the government had taken away his temple property and was regulating the temple property. Every religious group has the right to its property. Article 26. Not important here, just to give you an example. Again, his fundamental right was also being violated. In the meantime, Indira Gandhi passed this modification. Now, he had approached the court originally telling the court, how dare the government take over my temple property? That is my only source of income for the mutt. Suddenly, when Indira Gandhi passed this change saying that we can amend everything, the question also changed in the court. Now the court sat to decide whether this is justified or not. Can the parliament give to itself this unlimited power? I can modify everything. It's like you are giving yourself the unlimited power. This is what happened in the Keshwanand Bharti judgment of 1973. Finally, this judgment can be seen as a landmark, a turning point, a watershed in the field of constitutional concept of judicial review. Why? 13 judge bench, largest till now. Judgment came 7:6. 7 judges in favor, 6 against. Date of judgment 24th of April 1973. After 68 days of discussion in the court, Supreme Court said, yes, whatever the parliament says is correct, meaning parliament can amend everything. Landlords, sorry, your land will be taken away. You can only sit and cry, do nothing about it. Are we clear on this? This was the judgment of the Supreme Court, where Supreme Court said everything is amendable. Enjoy. All parts of the constitution are amendable. When the lawyers who had fought the case were very pleased, oh, we have won the case. As they were leaving, the judges said, wait, where are you running away? Come. Sit. Don't run away. Yes, every part is amendable, no problem. No problem at all. But there are some things which can't be amended. Some things. Yes, those things which are very, very essential to the Indian Constitution. Essential to the Indian Constitution. My lords, please clarify. Supreme Court says, guys, those things in the Constitution which are the value system of our country, which are the cornerstones of our country, Supreme lawyer saying, sir, please clarify, what do you want to say? Supreme Court says, see, you can modify everything, but there are some very basic elements which can't be modified. Lawyer said, like what? Supreme Court said, like democracy, sovereignty of the country, integrity of the country. You can't modify all these things. Lawyer said, okay, okay. What is this called? Supreme Court said, this is what we'll call our new concept, basic structure. You cannot violate the basic structure. Basic structure doctrine. This is what we are giving to the world. Basic structure doctrine. Then the lawyer said, sir, but can you define basic structure for more clarity? Supreme Court said, sorry, we can't define it and all. We can only define or tell you what does basic structure contain in future, case to case basis. We can't define and all. So there are a lot of elements of basic structure, like supremacy of the constitution, sovereign, democratic, republican nature, secular character, separation of power, federal character, all these things, all these. Judicial review. Judicial review is nowhere mentioned in the constitution. This term is not mentioned anywhere. In the Minerva Mills case, you will be surprised that Supreme Court said that judicial review is a part of basic structure. Something which is not even mentioned. They have added it and are saying this is not some random thing. It is a basic structure. You cannot take it away. That is why whenever you see a law, like the anti-defection law, the presiding officer decision is final. Supreme Court says, no, 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 no. Nothing is final. We are final. Judicial review. They include judicial review. Everywhere, judicial review. Independence of judiciary. This was the same logic. In the NJAC case, what did Supreme Court say? You know, our independence is getting violated. Basic structure is getting violated. Cancel, cancel, cancel. So now, 1973 onwards, any amendment that the parliament does, Supreme Court can review it on the grounds of violating basic structure. Are we clear? This was the Keshwanand Bharti judgment. Okay, done. That is all as far as the judgment is concerned. So it is not at all complicated, very simple. Ignore Shankari Prasad. Just remember that till 1967, Supreme Court said that fundamental rights are amendable. First point. After 1967, in the Golaknath judgment, Supreme Court reversed its stand, stating that rights are not amendable. However, in 1971, the Parliament amended the Constitution, stating that everything can be amended. This was upheld in the Keshwanand Bharti case, 1973, with a small caveat attached that we can amend everything except some very essential features which are called basic features, which will be called the basic structure doctrine. That's it. Summed up the entire judgments in just 2 or 3 lines. As far as what was the case of Golaknath, what happened to Golaknath? So in the case of Golaknath, the Supreme Court said that all these, when Supreme Court said rights not amendable, you know what happened? Government was very unhappy. That, oh sir, what are you saying? All the zamindars, very happy. Our land will come back to us. Supreme Court said, wait. Don't be happy. All the zamindars, if your land is gone, it's gone. From this date onwards, the government will not take away your land. For all those zamindars whose land is gone, it's gone. Are we clear on this? Everybody? So, this is what happened with respect to the Supreme Court judgment in Golaknath case. And later on also, brothers lost the land. Brothers did not get the land, they lost the land. And later on also in 1971, Parliament did modify the constitution saying that we can take away land. Are we clear on this? Everybody, this was what was the basic structure doctrine. Done. So you have the video. You can again review the entire video, see the things. If you want to note down something I have said, note it down, mug it up. It's all up to you. Okay. Sajjan Singh case, I did that's why I said, see, if I keep on explaining selectively for 1 and 2 people, it wastes a lot of time for the entire class. You already have the live videos available now, the same thing I said. So it makes no sense for me to explain it again and again. But again, I'll say the same thing, because again, you will feel, oh, my point is not being taken into consideration. In the Sajjan Singh case also, Supreme Court said the same thing. That is why I have drawn the line from here to here. The judgment was the same. Why I have mentioned this case of Sajjan Singh versus Rajasthan is just to say that in this particular case, one Justice Mudholkar actually raised a very important point. In paragraph 63 of the judgment, Justice Mudholkar said that there should be some limitation on the Parliament's power to modify. See, understand. I think I have used this quotation earlier also, but you have to understand that the man's capacity for justice makes democracy possible. But the man's inclination to injustice is what makes democracy necessary. Some things are very, very important. Limitation on the rights of, limitation on the powers of government is important. Justice Mudholkar only said the same thing, that please, are we allowing the Parliament to modify everything? Then what's the point? Tomorrow they can modify everything. But other judges did not hear of what they said. They said, ignore it. Ignore it. Fundamental rights can be amended. It was only in 1967 that the Supreme Court said rights can't be amended. But now, rights can be amended. In fact, everything can be amended. This is the current situation. Everything can be amended except the basic features of the Constitution. Those things can't be amended. Okay. So eventually, yes, Devansh, laws, amendments are not laws. Amendments are different, laws are different. It is only after this judgment that 3 judges, Justice Hegde, Shelat and Justice Grover, these 3 judges who gave the judgment against Indira Gandhi, they were bypassed, and A.N. Ray, who was in this 6 people who did not sign the judgment, he was made the Chief Justice of India. But that's there. Now, some of you may say, sir, what is this nonsense? What is this nonsense? This is giving the Parliament, the judiciary supreme kind of power. My question to you is very simple. Amendments are not laws. Are we clear? Please understand that chain of events also. This amendment says that amendment is not a law, and Supreme Court is okay with this, meaning amendment is not a law. Are we clear on this statement, everybody? Will you please pay attention, shut off the IPL and hear the class for now? Amendment is not a law. Clear on this, everyone? Okay. Now please tell me, all those who are angry and upset, what is your problem with this judgment? Tell me. Amendments, why are amendments needed? Amendments are required to improve the Constitution, to incorporate changes with the changing socio-economic circumstances. That's why amendments are required. How then can you make a law? We can still amend the law. Who is saying that amendment is not being done? Hear me out again. Please, attention. Amendments can be done. It is just that you cannot amend only certain things. Do you want to amend democracy only or what? Are you obsessed with democracy or what? That no, I have to take the democracy away. Sorry, you can't do it. Are we not amending the constitution? Tell me. Yes or no? Have we not made 105 amendments? Yes. Are they not functional? Yes. Then what's the problem? The only problem is that if you try to make any amendment which violates those very essential features of the constitution, that we'll cancel. Clear? Because if you keep on amending everything, then you may change the entire constitution only. Think of this. You are a person. Your heart is changed. Your kidney, lungs, everything is changed. Skin is changed. Eyes are changed. Nose is changed. Everything is changed. Your right hand thumb, that is not changed. It remains the same. This small part. Now tell me, are or should we call you the same person? Because see, the thumb is still there. Okay. So anyway, some of you have mentioned the problems, but I would want to show you firstly the benefits. To pacify you, benefits first. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. The very first benefit is Parliament has full right to amend the constitution. That is what is there, Article 368. You can amend everything. You can amend, forget laws, forget the entire concept of laws and stuff, forget all that. Just remember one concept. Parliament can amend everything except basic features. It's right also. Don't you think it is acting as a check on the legislative process, the legislative eagerness of the government to modify everything? If today the government says we are amending the constitution, 106th Amendment Act, BJP is the only party in the country, all other parties will be removed. Do you think this amendment is nice? Are you supportive of this particular amendment? Or the amendment saying to elect the Indian president, only BJP party workers are allowed to vote. Do you think this amendment is right? Of course not. If there is no limitation, then how will we prevent the government from going crazy? It protects against the arbitrary action of the state. Always understand that no state can enjoy unfettered, unrestricted, unlimited powers. It is not possible. You are inviting trouble if you are letting the state enjoy unlimited powers. Because today you may like their powers because they favor you, tomorrow they may be against you. Rule of law. We have seen this word in judiciary. What is rule of law? Rule of law means everybody has to follow the law only. Nobody is above the law. Parliament, you also have to follow the constitution. Don't act over smart. And also, Parliament has no right to redraft the constitution. I have given you the right to amend it, improve it. Don't change it completely. Don't throw it away and bring a new book. That is not what you have. You have the right to make changes. Improve the book. Do it now. Who is stopping you? Improve it. Don't throw the old book and bring a new book. That is not right. And it has, see, when we started our constitution, there was also some basic idea behind this grand concept that you call Bharat. Okay? So this concept that we have of Bharat, the respect for this culture, the tradition, the customs, the way of life of people of this country, not just one religion, any person whose origin lies in this country. We have some essential values which we have tried to merge with some values of equality and present them in this rule book. which you will call as the identity of the constitution, please don't take that away. Yes, you modify it, improve it, but don't take away the essence of the constitution, the larger good that it is meant for. So these are advantages. I'll also tell you something. This logic of cancelling out amendments has rarely been used. I mean, the Supreme Court has hardly cancelled amendments. In the 1970s, it did. But after that, in 2014 or 2015, the last case that we know of in the last 25-30 years, where Supreme Court has actually used this logic and cancelled something, that was only in 2015. So when is the Supreme Court misusing it? It's not misusing it. But misuse would happen if Supreme Court was using it every day. It is rarely using it. In last 30 years, once. That's not misuse. So it has not been misused largely. So why this panic is there? Don't panic. It's okay. But then there are some problems also. As most of you said, a lot depends on subjectivity of the judge. Look at how the judgments also changed. And think of this. 7:6. What kind of judgment is this? Had one judge had a different opinion, we would have an exactly opposite judgment. Yes or no? I mean, in a 13-judge bench, yes, majority is 7:6 only. But what kind of majority is this? Wafer thin majority. 11:2, 12:1, that's called a majority. This is not a very convincing majority. Number two, what is basic structure doctrine? We don't know. Supreme Court says case to case basis. So it feels that it can be misused. Number three, Supreme Court is saying, Parliament, you cannot redraft the constitution. We will interpret it. But sir, is this interpretation? There is no constitutional basis for the basic structure. Where is this word mentioned in the constitution? Tell me. Which article says basic structure? It is not mentioned anywhere in the constitution. You have created this concept out of thin air, that there are some essential things, very important things, arc of the constitution, cornerstone, value system, essence, blah, 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 that cannot be modified. So it is something you also have created out of thin air only. Okay. Then it is also an illegitimate interference on the majority rule. Democracy. What is a parliament? Parliament is, in a democracy, parliament is representative of will of the people. If the people want to make a change like this, let them make a change. Why are you acting over smart here? And lastly, people say it also prevents modifications. You are actually, whenever the parliament makes any change, they always know Supreme Court is there to harass us. It can interfere. That fear is always there. And the whole problem is that since the fear is always there and the definition is not clear, there is always this scope that in future it can be misused. There is always this room open, the window open, that it can be misused. By and large, it has not. In fact, just to add a point of advantage here, you'll be surprised. There has been international reference also. In countries like Bangladesh, in the Supreme Court of Bangladesh, Anwar Hussain Chaudhary case, Supreme Court of Bangladesh quoted the Keshwanand Bharti judgment in their country. Or just 5-6 years back in Uganda, a local court in Uganda quoted Keshwanand Bharti judgment. So other countries are quoting this judgment. This means there's something correct with the judgment. Now, of course, understand, the conclusion is very simple here. The applicability, the content, the scope, it needs to be defined in very clear-cut terms. Very clear-cut terms. Because the real problem is that the elusive contours, the boundaries, that is what still stumps us. That today, Supreme Court says this is basic structure, tomorrow they can say that is basic structure. What if tomorrow Supreme Court says same-sex marriages part of basic structure? Whether you are upholding rights of people or not, that is secondary here. But who can stop you is the point. Who can stop you? So if we are not willing, in the words of Ambedkar, if you're not willing to give the parliament this unlimited power, how can we ever be willing to give judiciary the unlimited power? So the better thing would be that judiciary should define what is basic structure in clear-cut terms so as to avoid any ambiguity in the use of basic structure. Right? Of course, so far we have not seen any misuse, so that's a good thing. But eventually, at some point of time, we have to have a proper definition. Okay, and see, proper definition does not mean the problem is solved. Everywhere loopholes can be there, but right now the loophole is too large. Nothing is defined. That becomes a problem. That is all as far as the basic structure is concerned. We are done with the basic structure. Solve this question. Came in 2020. 1 minute. Ensure that you read the statements carefully and then mark the answer. Okay, so the Constitution of India defines basic structure. Wrong on two accounts. Firstly, there is no definition, and in the Constitution, nothing is mentioned. One is wrong. How could people mark this as correct? It's beyond my imagination. Second, the Constitution of India provides for judicial review. I think I mentioned this point here also, that judicial review was not mentioned in the Constitution. In the Minerva Mills case, Supreme Court has given this power to itself. So it is not mentioned in the Constitution. Wrong. D. Neither one nor two. Now, the second statement is a very poor choice of words by UPSC. I'll tell you why. Provides for and mentioned in have difference. If the word was mentioned in, then the statement was wrong. But provides for also means in the implied sense. So some people claim that, sir, in Article 13, what is Article 13? If there is a law which is violating rights, it can be cancelled. So you may feel that Article 13 is providing for judicial review, but a lot of people do believe that Article 13 is automatic. There is nothing mentioned here that Supreme Court will cancel it. The article says the state shall not make any law, and any law which is made to the extent of contravention, cancelled. Automatic cancellation. Monica, who won the case of Keshwan Bharti and what was the case all about? This is a classic example of the entire story of Ramayana being completed and somebody asking, anyway. Oh, Abhishek says citizens of India has won. Oh, citizens of India have won. Oh, emotional statement. Yes, of course. Citizens of India have won. We have now a basic structure doctrine. I hope this point is clear. There's also a question asked in 2019, the same thing. Parliament's power to amend the constitution is a limited power and it cannot be enlarged into absolute power. In the light of this statement, explain whether Parliament under Article 368 can destroy the basic structure of the constitution by expanding its amending power. Simple. Pros, cons. Write about the advantages. In the intro, explain about the basic structure. In the body, write about the challenges, then the advantages. In the conclusion, some suggestions. Are we clear on this? Yes, yes, you can write the article also. Who is stopping you? So one more thing, when we see all these questions, are we writing the answers also and then getting them evaluated, or is it just for our personal enjoyment? Arey, Sakshi, don't write about the case. Guys, please, nobody is interested in knowing the case story. Don't write there was a priest called K. Shwaran Bharti in the Ednir Mutt, right? A chief pontiff used to be there. One fine morning, the Kerala government had passed a law called the Kerala Land Reforms Amendment Act 1969. Under the law, the temple's property was taken, and then on 21st of March 1970, Keshwan Bharti went to court. Don't write all this. Nobody is interested. Okay, please. Yes, judgment. I think you should quote that. Judgment, you can mention 7-6 judgment. Supreme Court gave this. That's it. This is sufficient. Monica, just go to the recorded video once again. You'll get to know what was the case all about. It was about a priest whose temple property was taken away by the government, and this was challenged in the court. But how can you take away my temple property, right to property? Okay, that's it. We are done with the basic structure doctrine. Now coming to the rights. Enough of nonsense. Rights now. So we all want to know what are these rights, how to misuse these, or how to enjoy these rights. So I think right from your childhood, you have been hearing this in your civics classes. Remember school days, civics classes, golden period. Uh, 6 types of rights. So in those days, you were only told 6 rights are there. Now you are no longer the noob, you are the legend. So you have to know a lot more about those rights. Right to equality, right to freedom, right against exploitation, right to freedom of religion, cultural and educational rights, and rights to constitutional remedies. These are the 6 types of rights. There used to be a right to property, which is no longer there. What is the story of this? How was it repealed? We'll discuss later on. Okay. First up, right to equality. Right to equality, there are 5 different types of rights under right to equality. Basically, the idea here is that these rights are called our civil rights. What is a civil right? Civil right is basically a group of rights that protect the individual's freedom from any kind of infringement by governments, by social organizations, by private bodies, which also causes any kind of infringement in the participation of any individual in society. So, rights which prevent discrimination are called civil rights. Articles 14 to 18 are those civil rights. Okay. Now, look at these two photographs, equality and equity. Keep these photos in mind, we'll come to it shortly. Article 14, the very first right that we'll be studying is equality before law and equal protection of laws. Very, very simple, two phrases, equality before law, equal protection of laws. What is the meaning of each of these phrases? First up, equality before law. As the name suggests, the same simplistic meaning, equality before law. Everybody is equal in the eyes of law. There is no special privilege to anyone. Am I clear on this? No special privilege to anyone. Okay. Nobody is above the law. Equal treatment for everybody. And this concept is borrowed from UK because this is a part of something that we know as rule of law. What is rule of law? Accountability, open government, accessible and impartial justice. That's rule of law. Rule of law basically refers to absence of arbitrary powers. Absence of arbitrary powers. What is arbitrary? Random. Nobody can have random powers. State, government, police officer, sorry, follow laws. Don't act over smart. So earlier, we had something called Rex Lex. It means king is the law. Now, the idea has been reversed. It's Lex Rex. What is the meaning of this? Law is the king. Law is the king of all the kings. Whoever is governing, what is he doing? He is simply implementing laws. Don't think people are ruling. Laws are governing us. Everybody is equal in the eyes of law. No special treatment, sorry. Please. No special treatment. But we also know that, exceptions will be there. Our rights are not absolute. Exceptions. So, what is the exception? Article 361. Revision time. What is Article 361? Tell me, please. What is Article 361? The others. Why this silence? Emergency? Okay. Couple of you are writing it, others are waiting to see the answer. Immunity to president and governors. Do you remember this? Second class only. Some of you are very angry. But sir, how can we give this immunity? That if the president kills, why will he not be jailed? It's okay. First citizen, respect, chill. Parliamentary privilege. All these MPs under Article 105, all these MLAs under Article 194, they will not be arrested in a civil case. They have a right to speak in the House. All these things are there. Yes or no? Or if you clear the UPSC, you will become an IFS officer. Let's say Indian Foreign Services officer. So you get posted to a foreign country. Similarly, lot of other countries' foreign service officers called diplomats, they are posted in India. Yes or no? Now, when they are posted in India, if any foreign diplomat commits a crime, if any foreign diplomat commits a crime, he will not be punished. He will be sent to the home country. That home country will punish. Are we clear on this? Similarly, if you are sent to a foreign country, let's say you are in USA, UK, wherever, and you commit a crime, that country will not punish you. They will send you back to India and we will punish you. Okay. See, if you have any kind of doubt here, when you clear the foreign service examination and you're posted in a foreign country, please commit a crime there and you will realize that that country will not punish you. They'll send you back to India and we'll punish you. Don't commit a crime. Please, please don't. All I am saying is that that is how the international laws are there. So when we are saying that law is equal for everybody, but we are also treating some people differently, that is why exceptions. Did we understand this? That is why exceptions. Saran, what if the home country did not punish? How will this happen? These are all under international obligations. If today the home country does not punish, then next time we will not do this. We will punish the person here only. So international obligations have to be met by all the countries, right? So this is there. This was the first part of the Article 14. Let's come to this photograph. We are saying everybody is equal in the eyes of law. Equality. Very good. Is equality sufficient? Tell me. What do you feel? Is equality sufficient? Clearly it is not sufficient. So even though we may say right to equality, everybody is equal in the eyes of law, but you have to understand that it's not equality. What if there is some imbalanced social system? To correct the imbalanced social system, we have to follow equity, right? Giving additional benefit to people so that they get an equal opportunity. The starting line has to be the same for everybody. If your starting line is here and this is the end race and somebody has to start from here, that's not equality. So we have to also ensure that Hey guys, somebody is saying that this is illegal. They are watching the match without ticket. There is some local match. Ticket is not required. Okay. So anyway, coming to the point here. The second part is equal protection of laws. Too much of polity is a dangerous thing. Some of you are too engrossed in polity, it seems. Okay. Now, equal protection of laws. This refers to the concept of equity. So, I'll tell you something. This is basically borrowed from USA. In USA, they have something called the 14th Amendment. From there, they have borrowed it. Now, to give you a simple example, what am I referring to here? Remember, the taxation policy in the country. Income tax. Below 3 lakhs, no tax, full enjoyment. 3 to 6 lakhs, 5%. 6 to 9, 10, 15, 20, 30. What is this? Progressive taxation. Income increases, tax rate also increases. Where is the equality? Now understand this point. There's a person A. This person earns 1 lakh rupees per year. Person B earns 1 lakh per month. Now tell me, are these two people under similar economic circumstance in life? Please say yes or no. Are these two people under a similar economic circumstance? Of course not. This person is living a pretty decent life. This person is finding it a struggle to meet the daily expenses. They are not at the same level economically. So will it be okay to put them in one group only and treat them equally? Equal treatment. On economic grounds is wrong. So it may not always be the case that we have equality as the best idea. No. Sometimes you have to also understand who are you treating as an equal, right? Imagine a 10-year-old running or taking part in an athletics competition with adults. He or she may not have the same physical capacity as an athlete. So that is why we have junior level competitions, under 12, under 14, all these things. Why? Because we understand that we cannot club everybody in one group. It's not possible. Okay. So only like should be treated alike. Meaning, like, what is like? Like means people placed under a similar circumstance, they should be treated in a similar fashion. You cannot simply treat everybody equally. You have to treat people placed under similar circumstance in the same fashion. Are we clear on this? Everybody. So the best example, somebody is asking example, this is the example. Progressive taxation. We have different laws for different categories of people. Reservation. What is reservation? Benefit given to certain categories of people. Anything that you see in the country always has differential treatment. Every law in the country treats people differently. The only logic has to be the law you make should be logical. How? There are two tests to check whether a law violates Article 14 or not. These tests were given way back in 1952 K.R. Rawat case or R.K. Dalmia case and all. It's not important. I'll tell you something. There used to be a very interesting section called Section 497. Adultery. What is this thing called adultery? See, the idea that you have an extramarital affair outside the institution of marriage. If you have any kind of illicit affair, that is called adultery. So if you have multiple boyfriends or girlfriends, that will not be adultery. But if you're married to somebody and you have extramarital affair, that is called adultery, because marriage is an institution. Let me clarify. I am simply not promoting having multiple people in your life. All I am saying is the defining line of what is adultery. Section 497 of the IPC said that adultery is a criminal offense. Okay. Criminal offense. Criminal offense. 2 years of jail. So the law said, let's say this is a person A. A is a male. Let's assume A is married to B and B is a female for now. Now, if B develops any kind of illicit affair with C, who is a male, let's assume C is married to D, D is a female. So this affair that you see between B and C, this is what is called adultery. Are we clear, everybody, on adultery? Please don't perform this. Just an example for your understanding. This was a punishable offense, but there are two problems. Problem number one. Now, in this particular situation, who is being wronged? Who is being cheated upon? Both A and D. They are the ones who are being wronged. But the law said, CRPC section 198 said that only husband can complain. That is A. Shruti, if C is single, no problem. B is committing adultery. Okay? I have just given an example. Now, only husband could complain, meaning if D wanted to go and complain, she could not complain. And now comes the real catch. Who gets punished? Who is committing the crime? Tell me. Tell me who is committing the crime? The crime is being committed by B and C. Both of them. But who was getting punished? Only male. That is C. The law said only C will be punished. Why? Because the law says men and women are two different groups. We cannot treat them equally. Okay? Two different groups. What is the logic? The logic is that men are the moral corruptors. Women are innocent people. Women are innocent. Men are moral corruptors. Okay? So that is why punish C only. Because B was an innocent person. She has been spoiled by this person C. Now, this is a very stupid kind of law. In the sense that, why are you punishing only men? Secondly, why can D not complain? So you are treating men and women differently. Based on what? Based on moral grounds? That is a wrong logic. Imagine here, if I treat A and B differently on some crime, if A kills somebody or B kills somebody, I'll say no, A is poor, give him lesser punishment. B is rich, punish him more. That is wrong. You also have to, when you are treating people differently, there should be a logic behind it. So yes, if there is some, let's say there's an issue of paid leaves during pregnancy. Since only women can become pregnant, at least in our country as of now, not in USA and all, in our country we only believe that only women can be pregnant. So if there is a law which benefits women for pregnancy over men, justified, because they are bearing the child, so it is fully right. Okay? Or let's say a law is passed that during the menstruation, a woman may be allowed to take some leaves, may be allowed to take paid leaves. That could be still justified because it is treating men and women differently based on biological aspects or elements. but you are treating men and women differently based on moral elements, which is wrong completely. This was a problem with the law. Anyway, this law has been deemed to be unconstitutional by the Supreme Court in 2018 Joseph Shine case. This law has been repealed. I mean, firstly, understand why should there be a punishment of 2 years of jail sentence? Why, if A has a problem, you go and have an affair with D? I mean, all I'm saying is you have your own life, get a divorce. Get the divorce. Who is stopping you? So please understand that these kind of things are not a mark of a very progressive society. And also we have to understand that there needs to be now some people will also claim that, see, this is violating the sanctity of marriage, because now you are promoting this issue of not being monogamous. In the words of legendary actress Neha Dhupia, it's her or his choice. Now, of course, there has to be a limitation to it, but government should not have any interest in what you're doing, whom you're meeting. If A has a problem, D has a problem, get a divorce, move on, right? Move on. If not here, try there, try everywhere, but keep on moving. Don't harass anybody. That should be the idea of life. So please, this law was wrong. It violated Article 14. So how do you use the second part of law? Equal protection. Number one, move on is not so easy, sir. I think we have touched a nerve of Mr. Vivek here. It's okay. I understand. No, I don't understand really, but I can sympathize with you. Moving on could be difficult. But what to do? Life goes on. Don't worry, you will eventually forget the person at some point of time. This is bound to happen. Don't worry. Anyway, so first criteria, intelligible differentia. When you treat people differently, you have to always understand that the people who are in a similar situation should be placed together. This is the meaning of this word. People placed under similar circumstances should be placed or grouped together. Okay, meaning here, I cannot place these two people in one group, but if there is a person C who is earning 1.2 lakh rupees per month, then I can place these two people in one group. Are you clear? Intelligible differentia. Secondly, when you treat people differently based on any factor and you make a law, there should be a nexus. Nexus means link. For example, look at this. We were treating men and women differently. We were treating men and women differently, yes or no? But on what parameter? Moral parameter. Whereas this is completely illogical. The link between objective of the law, objective is to only punish men because men are moral corruptors, and classification is based on biology. Here, classification is based on biology, and objective is that men are morally corrupt. Is there a link? Is there a link? There is no link here. Absolutely no link here. Biology and your moral compass are two different things. Men can be innocent, women can be innocent. Men can be moral corruptors, women can be moral corruptors. So I can see here that some person said moving on is not easy. Some girl says, I fully agree with Vivek. So everybody has their own problems. Everybody is suffering somewhere. Everybody has their own emotional trauma. But anyway, so that's how it is. This is what is Article 14's second part. And just to remind you on a very important element, CAA, Citizenship Amendment Act 2019, when people said that it violates Article 14 because it treats people differently, of course not. We are creating two groups, Muslims, non-Muslims. Clear? Groups created, Muslims, non-Muslims. First exercise, okay. What is the logic? The classification is based on what? The fact that non-Muslims are getting persecuted at a very higher level in these countries compared to Muslims. And that is why the objective is to allow the non-Muslims some kind of safe haven in India. The logic is that non-Muslims are being killed at a very higher level in these countries, and the objective of the law is what? To provide a safe haven to all these non-Muslims in India. So it did not violate Article 14 at all. Classic example. Okay, that's all as far as Article 14 is concerned. Aryan, sir, please read this for that guy. तू नहीं कोई और सही, कोई और नहीं कोई और सही, बहुत लंबी है जमीन मिलेंगे, लाख हसीन इस I thought it's something very, very serious. Okay. So please solve this question. Asked in 2018. Guys, we only have 1 year left for the examination. Forget your sad love story. Once you go to Labasna, you will find the best people. Fall in love there. Don't fall in love right now. Please mark the answer accordingly. Question asked in 2018. Oh, sorry. Sir, you did a mistake. What was the issue, Sai Dinesh? Okay, I think it's an easy question. What is the main feature of rule of law? Limitation of powers, equality before law, liberty and civil rights. So 1, 2, and 4 are correct. Simple, straightforward. 3 is of course wrong. People's responsibility towards the government. Of course not. What is the issue, Sai Dinesh? Tell me here. So did you understand this question? 2018 question. People's responsibility towards government is not rule of law. The absence of the arbitrary powers is what is rule of law. Limitation of powers, rule of law. Okay, solve one more question. Kishan, sir, why not singly? As I said, Kishan, we can do a lot more, but in future. Shalini, sir, how to forget someone? Find somebody else. You'll forget the previous person. As simple as that. Can we see this question? I don't want to give a poll. You know the answer, right? Anyway, 30 seconds. Take the poll. Be happy marking the correct answer. Mark the correct answer. Please be happy. Don't disappoint me. Don't mark the wrong answer. Please, at least here, apply common sense. Don't mark the wrong answer. Some people, you are doing it deliberately, that you will not give me the satisfaction of seeing a 95% correct answer. See, this question is very simple. The answer is A, Article 14. But the line is very, very important. A legislation, any law which confers on the executive or on any administrative authority. Look at this: an unguided power, an uncontrolled power, a discretionary power, unrestricted power, arbitrary power, unfettered power, unlimited power. The moment you are giving unlimited power to any authority, it violates what? It always violates Article 14, rule of law, which is actually limitation of power. So this question is more important because it tells us the definition of Article 14 also. So I would request you to also mug this point up. This is very important, can be used in your answers also. Are we clear on this? Okay. So that is with respect to the Article 14. Let's end our discussion here only today. Tomorrow we'll take up for discussion, or not tomorrow we'll take up for discussion the next article, which is Article 15, and then we'll look into other elements as well. Okay, that's all for me, guys. Jai Hind. Leaderboard. Okay. Calm down. Leaderboard. Okay. So SS, Sahil, Devansh, Umang, Ankita, Vaishna, Avni, and Saran. Toppers of the day: Karthik, Ananya, Abhijit, Pranay, Ayushman, Simran, Rajvi. Second. And then we have Ayushi, Aditya, Viswa, Nitish, Seni, Parveen, etc. at the third position here. Nexus between groups. So as far as the nexus between groups is concerned, Pranay, the whole idea being that whenever I make a law, there are two things. I have created two groups. Okay. For example, there is a law which says that voting age is 18 years. Okay. So under 18 can't vote. Above 18, go and vote. So we have made a classification below, above. Okay. This classification is meant for a purpose of voting. What is the objective of the law? To allow the people to vote. What is the logic of classification? That people under 18 are not mature enough to take their own decisions. So people above 18 should be allowed to vote. Maturity and voting right. That's it. So link means whenever I make a law, there should be a proper objective behind the law. And when I treat people differently, then the objective or purpose of the law should match the logic of treating people differently. If the logic does not match, like here, I make a law saying tax rates are different for this and this group. Why? Because this person has no money, these people have sufficient money. Objective matches. Clear? Experts, please address Shalini's concern on the books thing. No, Sneha, we don't need to read all the chapters. Till now, I have told you which chapters to read. In the last class, I'll tell you what chapters to skip from Lakshmikant. Don't worry. Yes, Saksham, adultery has been abolished. Not result and excuse, but result and the reason. Yes, Kishan, it is current integrated only. We are at least till date, whatever changes are there, we have tried to incorporate those changes. It's been a long time, Sairaj, pretty long time. Sakshi, it's okay as long as you are able to mug up all the points on slides, get all your daily 5 questions correct. It will be sufficient. Abhiraj, already bored with polity. Next class would start, I believe, on Tuesday, or next topic, that is. Okay, so no more doubts. Yes, but Monica, the basic structure was never made by the makers, na. It was made by Supreme Court. In fact, makers had lot of faith and trust in people. That is why they gave us Article 368, modify everything. It was the Supreme Court which placed a check on the Parliament's power. The makers of the Constitution actually gave the scope completely open. So we can't blame the makers. We have to blame the Supreme Court for it. That Supreme Court does not trust the Parliament. K. Navina, people who are involved in extramarital affairs will not be punished. You can take a legal recourse, go and get a divorce. What is the problem in that? I mean, why do you want to see the person punished in jail and all? If the person is not harassing you, get a divorce and move on. As simple as that. Yes, Kishan, definition is opaque. Definitely. There is no definition only. No, Ayushman. Now USA scope, it is not wider. See, in USA, judicial review is a part of their system. Here we have incorporated it later on. That is why the difference is there. Otherwise, now our judicial review is at par with US courts only, because we find Supreme Court interfering everywhere. Tell me an area where they don't interfere. So those days are gone, where our judicial review was limited. Now judiciary has spread its wings everywhere. So you can say that Indian judicial review has become wider compared to UK judicial review, because in UK Parliament being supreme, so the judiciary cannot cancel the Parliament's laws. They can only check executive action, cannot check legislative action. But now in India, things have changed drastically for judiciary. Yes, Kishan, there is no definition only. For basic structure, they are just elements or examples, no definition. So that is again a cause of concern. Anyway, that is all as far as our discussion for the day is concerned. Let's meet tomorrow. Till then, that's all for me, guys. Jai Hind.